Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. We are back again, new day, a new stream, and same old me. Welcome back, people. Welcome back to the channel. We are back again. आज तो जल्दी आए। जैसा कि तुम लोग टाइटल में देख चुके हो, ठीक है। आज हमारा थोड़ा सा सिमुलेटर गेम्स का दिन है। मेरे को थोड़ा सा ना रिलैक्सेशन चाहिए। कल जो वो चीखे है ना, दिमाग में अभी भी गूंज रही है। वो जो चीखते, वो उतना डर नहीं लगा उस चीज से, लेकिन बोलते हैं ना, वो जो एक स्पीड में जो भागते हुए आते हैं साइड से, वो ज्यादा दिमाग पे आ गया। तो आज थोड़ा सा मेरा मन था कि सिमुलेटर गेम्स खेले। फिर कल अपन ने जज सिम चालू किया था। अच्छा खासा था वो। लेकिन गैस, कल मैंने जब जज सिम चालू किया, मैं भूल गया कि मेरे पास एक और गेम था जो मेरे को ट्राई करना था। यही था, ऐसा ही कोर्ट रूम वाला। क्या बोलते, जज सिमुलेटर ही था, लेकिन वो थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है। वो अभी लॉन्च हुआ है, तो मैंने बोला चलो इसको आज अटेम्प्ट लेके देखें। मैंने आज सुबह एक बार ऑन किया उसको चेक करने के लिए। तो काफी अच्छा दिख रहा था वो देखने में। लेट्स सी हाउ इट इज। आई होप मेरी आवाज वगैरह आ रही हो। आ रही है आवाज? आ रही है आवाज? आ रही है। चलो आओ, लेट्स टेस्ट इट आउट। ओपनिंग है। आई होप दिस इज नॉन कॉपीराइटेड। पर ठीक है, ये कंटिन्यू उस पर रहेगा। कोबार्डे कोर्ट रूम का नाम है, कोबार्डे। Right is right even if everyone is against it, and wrong is wrong even if everyone is for it. William Penn। ये एक थोड़ा सा स्टोरी डेवलपमेंट है। पहले तो तुमको ब्रांचेस से डेवलप करने हैं। In your youth years, there would be quite a lot of protests against the government in your country, and this case, you used to participate in protests. You wouldn't care about the protest. ठीक है? You had to choose a university and you made your choice, guys। तुम्हें जोक देखना है? ये देखो, पॉलिटिक्स। Hey, in this game you will be the in the role of a judge। ठीक है ना, फिर इकोनॉमी ले लेते हैं। लॉ ही देना पड़ेगा, ये तो ऑप्शन नहीं। यू लाइक अ गर्ल नेम मैरी। अरे यार, इन लॉ स्कूल। नाउ इट्स टाइम टू शेयर योर फीलिंग्स विद हर। ओह शिट। आफ्टर कॉलेज। वाओ, यू टू, यू हैव टू सन्स। वाह भाई, ठीक है भाई। After graduating from law college, you started working as a lawyer. You chose the field you specialize in, criminal law. Always criminal. Although you had difficulty finding free time, you were happy to spend Sundays with your family. You would visit with museum, cinema, church. I would consider cinema. After practicing law for a long time, one of your best friends, Henry, encouraged you to take the judge's exam. After you brought the subject up, Mary, you saw her as a little worried, okay? When you asked Mary about the reason for her anxiety, she says, is this something you want? Are you sure you want neglect the children and me, ask the question and you do. कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी पक्का. We will try. She didn't fully address her concerns. She would support and always be there for you. यही तो चाहिए. And the long-awaited day came. Henry, your wife Mary and the children were waiting for the result to be announced while waiting for the result. मैं रिजल्ट कभी भी आ रहा है आई एम होपलेस भाई. मैं कोई भी रिजल्ट के लिए इतना वेट नहीं करता. आई एम होपलेस. आज तो फेल पक्का. हिंदी में इसको ऐसे भी बोलते हैं. Henry comes to you and says, I believe you have succeeded. From now on, a whole new life begins for you, he whispered. With the announcement of the result, you learned that your career as a judge has begun. Everyone in the house was in great joy. Mary looked a little thoughtful, but she couldn't help but rejoice. Let's go. While you were excited about your first day of duty, you heard the horn of your driver coming from outside to take you to the office. You took your bag and set off for the office. देखो गाइस, इसमें 6 तरीके के कैरेक्टर्स है. ठीक है, मैंने सुबह देखा था ये. इस कैरेक्टर को मोर मनी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रिलेशन ज्यादा है और गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन बहुत कम. लेस पनिशमेंट 30%, सोसाइटी रिलेशन माइनस, गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन माइनस, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रिलेशन माइनस. ये फॉर द पीपल वाला सीन है. पनिशमेंट कम हो जाती है लेकिन फॉर द पीपल भी नहीं मानूंगा मैं इसको. किसी ने क्राइम किया तो पनिशमेंट वही बेटर होगा. मोर मनी, गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रिलेशन माइनस. पैसे ज्यादा मिलेंगे तुमको हर हफ्ते महीने के. लेस पनिशमेंट 50%, लेस मनी, गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रिलेशन. सोसाइटी रिलेशन, गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन ज्यादा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट रिलेशन कम. इसका मेरे को सबसे बेस्ट लगा ये वाला. मोर मनी प्लस मोर सोसाइटी रिलेशन, गवर्नमेंट रिलेशन सबसे कम. आई एग्री, आई विल टेक दिस. ये मेरे को ज्यादा बेटर लगा सब में छह में, क्योंकि पीपल के साथ में अपना वो अच्छा है. मतलब पीपल हमारे जो वो करेंगे, कोर्ट से आदेश जो देगी उसका थोड़ा सा पालन करेगी कि भाई इसने वो दिया है. देखो इसमें 2 सीजन अभी तक अनलॉक हो गए मेरे ख्याल से. ठीक है, ये काफी लंबा चलेगा मेरे ख्याल से. हर एक सीजन में पता नहीं कितने क्या क्या पार्ट, चैप्टर्स है सारे. लुक एट दिस. है तो after bribes can put you in a very tough spot. Day 1. हाँ जी. Chief Justice, hello Richard, how are you? Thank you, Minister. I hope you are well too. Due to the recent appointments, you will be starting your first day on the job. Do you feel prepared? Yes, Minister. I am glad to hear, Richard. I have a question on my mind. What is it? You are aware of the country's situation. Do you think you can handle this role? I have been working in the field of law for a long time. It won't be difficult for me. ये अच्छा है. ठीक है. Your appointment of me is the biggest proof. Oh shit. ये थोड़ा बोलते हैं ना, हाँ, ज़्यादा प्राउड वाला रेस्पॉन्स है. आई विल गो विद दिस. मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Your appointment of me is the biggest proof of that. If you don't believe in me, then appointing me to this position was not the right decision. Thank you for your response, Richard. I wish you success in your duties. पहले ही दिन गाइस, पहले ही दिन बॉम्ब फोड़ो, रुकने का नहीं. क्या क्या लिखा है राइट साइड में? अपन को ये सारे मिशन दिए हुए हैं. इंस्पेक्ट द फोल्डर. Important notice. Dear Judge, our greatest expectation as you participate in upcoming cases is that you make accurate decisions in accordance with our constitution. If either the plaintiff or the defendant believes that you have made an incorrect decision, they can approach us and we will conduct a detailed review. If we determine that your decision was incorrect, you will face a penalty. The day after cases in which you made incorrect decisions, you can find out why we believe you made a wrong decision by the use of the file here. Cases in which you make incorrect decisions will be reviewed by another judge. We have full confidence in your ability to make correct decisions, but we deemed it appropriate to provide this information. Best of luck in your duties, Supreme Court. मतलब इनको हम पे कोई विश्वास नहीं है, इन शॉर्ट. फिर फ्लैग. Cobarde is certainly not a normal country. Its history in particular is quite dark. There have been numerous coups in the country's past, and military juntas have ruled the nation. The people have almost become accustomed to these military coups, and it's now considered a normal situation for them. But it's time for things to change. The country deserves a democratic government. Elections have been held for this purpose, and now there is a civilian constitution in place. The country is governed by the government government that emerged from these elections. This new government has its share of concerns, especially considering the significant power the military has had in the country's history. One could say that Cobarde is now looking to the future with hope. After all, there is now a democratic administration in the country. This change has also affected the judiciary. Courts that were once under military control are now conducting trials in accordance with the civilian constitution. However, this situation doesn't please everyone in the country, as there is still a significant portion of the population that prefers military rule. कौन सा population है भाई ये? While the people are divided on many issues, their fundamental goal is the unity and integrity of their country. Therefore, when it comes to their country, they can compromise on many of their beliefs. This highlights the extent to which they are a nationalistic society. Although there hasn't been a major external threat so far, there are separatist groups from different ethnic backgrounds within the country. These separatist groups have been one of the country's biggest problems throughout its history. While many people share the common belief that Cobarde's future will be bright, it's safe to say that Cobarde holds its destiny in its own hands. I know. Each citizen will undoubtedly play a role in the country's future. Moreover, the famous slogan coined by the people after every military coup, "The sole owner of victory is Cobarde," is still fresh in everyone's mind. Okay. ज़्यादा लंबा था ये. थक गया मैं पढ़ते पढ़ते. Examine the phone. Menu. Examine the constitution book. आर्टिकल an individual or commits a crime of human trafficking. ये तो आर्टिकल हम बाद में पढ़ लेंगे उस समय जब काम आएगा. Click on the computer. Hello, you need to complete a few steps to set up your system. If you are ready, let's continue. Please select a profile picture. है तो यही ठीक है भाई. रिचर्ड. हाँ. पासवर्ड ले भाई. 2024. एंजॉय. 2024. आई डोंट वांट टू. अरे गलती से पासवर्ड का फोटो खींच गया. 2024. आई डोंट वांट टू यूज अ पासवर्ड. ये कौन सा लोगो है बे? विंडो तो ठीक था. ओह शिट. ब्राउजर. यूट्यूब. YOUTUBE. सर्च. 404 नॉट फाउंड. मेरे को डाउट था ही. मैंने तो मेरी स्ट्रीम इसको लगा के बैठ जाता बैकग्राउंड में मिनिमाइज करके. न्यूज़. Cobarde time. Border command accuses officer of human trafficking. Officer denies allegation. The Kobade Border Command has leveled serious accusation against one of its own officers, alleging involvement in human trafficking. According to the authorities, officers suspected of facilitating the unauthorized entry of migrants into the country during their duty hours and profiting from this illegal activity. However, the accused officer, Borden Bell, vehemently denies these claims and refuses to admit any connection to human traffickers. The shocking allegations have sent shockwaves through the Kobade Border Command, an institution responsible for maintaining border security and ensuring the integrity of the nation's immigration policies. ये गाइस ये पहला केस है हमारा। मेरे को जहाँ तक याद है जब मैंने सुबह ऑन किया था केस रूम तक कोर्ट रूम तक मैं पहुँचा था, इसलिए मैंने बोला कि मेरे को ये एक बार ट्राई करना है स्ट्रीम के ऊपर, क्योंकि पहले तो बहुत सारे सीजन और पार्ट्स है इसके अंदर, कैसी स्टोरी टर्न होती है वो देखना है मेरे को, और फिर उसका ग्राफिक अच्छा खासा है। ठीक है, यही पहला केस है ये जो है ना बॉर्डन बेल वाला। हाँ, तो हमें थोड़ा बहुत पता चल गया कि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग का काम है इस बंदे का, और ये हमेशा चेंज होता रहेगा पर डे। नोटपैड में आई मे नीड टू मीट विद द प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोर ऑफन, आई शुड वर्क ऑन इम्प्रूविंग आवर रिलेशन दीज डेज। My relationship with the Supreme Court is quite good. It doesn't seem like I will have problem these days. The number of people who love me among the public is greater. I think this will sustain me for a while. My spouse gets angry with me occasionally. हर जगह कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है. But for now our relationship is manageable. 80% पे manageable है guys. 100 होना चाहिए पूरा. यहाँ पे guys सोशल मीडिया पे किसी ने गाली दी अगर गलती से, कॉपी आईडी KJS पे जाओ, पेस्ट आईडी, सेंड। Is it difficult to be a judge? Can I reply? Nope. Easy. Does this actually get replied वहां पे? लाइक अब मैंने रिप्लाई दे दिया, क्या ये अभी काउंटेड रहेगा उसमें अगर मैं चेंज करूँ तो भी? आई कैन टाइप। मेरे को आज लग रहा है मेरे हाथ किसी काम के हैं। मैं भी एक ट्वीट डालूंगा। रियल लाइफ में तो कभी किया नहीं, लेकिन अब करूंगा इसके अंदर। Our country is entering a new era and there is a lot of work ahead for all of us. 284 followers है अभी अपने। 284 followers, 17 following, 1 post। देख रहे हो फॉलोअर्स 284 है, फॉलोइंग से 17। विराट कोहली है इस पे? जी, विराट, रोहित। हेलो, सर्च इंजन का है मेल आया है। I have prepared the documents for your upcoming case and left them on the table in the courtroom for you. Additionally, the attorneys are waiting for you in the courtroom for the pre-trial hearing. Okay. ये कौन है? Dear Judge, we are pleased to inform you to your new duty. The decisions you will make hold great importance for our country's legal system. Therefore, we have no doubt that you will make decisions in accordance with our constitution. Hello sir, I am your assistant Robin Harris. Robin, okay. Firstly, I would like to wish you success in your new role. My role is to provide you with the necessary information before cases and to conduct detailed analysis by researching the following day about the decisions you make in the cases. In this analysis, I strive to find out what institutions, the press, or social media think about the decisions you have made. If you ever have any needs, I will always be here for you. Best regards. Thank you, Robin. Okay, तो हमारा पूरा ये कंप्लीट हो गया। ठीक है, जो जो सामान हमको देखना था। फाइल हम चेक नहीं कर सकते अभी, टैप नहीं हो रहा। चलें आगे प्री ट्रायल के लिए। ये हमारा टोटल नंबर ऑफ केसेस जो हमने किए पूरे अपने करियर में, वो सब रहेगा। ठीक है, आओ गाइस, लेट्स fucking start प्री ट्रायल। या या लुक एट दिस गाइस, लुक एट दिस। हाँ, क्यूट लग रहा है ना थोड़े से, मतलब ग्राफिक्स थोड़े वो है मीडियम क्वालिटी, क्योंकि यूनिटी यूनिटी इंजन है। ठीक है, उस पर भी अच्छा दिख रहा है, ठीक ठाक है। मतलब वो वाला कैसे 2D में है ना पूरा, ये वाला कम से कम 3D तो है पूरे कैरेक्टर्स। हाँ भाई, प्लेंटिफ अटर्नी या मार्क, बोलो। माय क्लाइंट Kobade Border Command aims to secure our country's border by preventing unauthorized crossings. Okay, पता है। However, it has been discovered that the defendant who works at the border post allows undocumented immigrants who had previously arranged with human traffickers to enter the country during his working hours. What is this, bro? You will agree that this is an extremely serious and significant matter that jeopardises our country's security. Therefore, we request his trial and the imposition of the necessary penalties. Okay, your call. Rebecca White. My client, Boden Bell, indeed works under the Kobade Border Command at the border post. आगे, he is a dedicated citizen who is loyal to his homeland and understands the importance of his duties and responsibilities. इतना अच्छे से अंडरस्टैंड करता है बंदा कि बंदा जो है बिना उसके पेपर्स के जो है कहीं किसी को भी अंदर आने दे रहा है। देयर इज नो बेसिस फॉर हिम टू एंगेज इन। जेफरी क्लार्क, हेलो एक मिनट, मेरे को चेक तो करने देते हैं। Jeffrey Clark, Your Honor, Jeffrey Clark has recently started working at the Border Command and is distant from my client's duty area. Therefore, he is not knowledgeable about the incident. We request that you reject his testimony as a witness. Why? अगर उसने कोई देखा है तो उसको एटलीस्ट बताने तो दो, विटनेस है अगर तो। If you agree with the objection made by the attorney, you must check the accept box below. If you mark the reject button, you will not accept the objections and the witness will be heard in court. Reject, bro? क्यों हम उसकी टेस्टिमनी रिजेक्ट करें? अगर किसी ने देखा है कुछ तो बताने दो। आओ भाई, वी नीड ऑल द वो, हम सबकी दलीलें सुनेंगे। हम ऐसे थोड़ी ना आए कि भाई एक बंदे को सुन लिया बस बात खत्म, जाओ घर। ऐसा नहीं होता। So this is the courtroom people. हमें एक कार्ड चूज करना है, ठीक है? इनमें से एक में कोई तो फैमिली का भी इश्यू है भाई कार्ड में। Your relationship with the public will decrease by 5 points. वाह, ठीक है भाई। ऑर्डर ऑर्डर। Court behavior respectful, general behavior calm, appearance neat. Dependent court behavior respectful, excited general behavior or appearance neat. Okay. का नोटपैड पे केस फाइल दिखाओ। Kobade Border Command versus Boden Bell, ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग केस, केस नंबर 1967। नेक्स्ट पेज। ये बॉर्डर कमांड की फोटो है, ठीक है, एरिया देख लो। About the case, Kobade Border Command alleges that one of its officers is involved in human trafficking along the borders. They claim that during his working hours, he illegally allows undocumented immigrants into the country and profits from it. The accused officer, Boden Bell, vehemently denies these allegations and does not admit to any connection with human traffickers. Plaintiff Kobade Border Command. Witnesses Andrew Turner और Jeffrey Clark. Defendant Brandon Wilson. CCTV फुटेज है हमारे पास एक, और कुछ ऐसा नहीं है। ओके, चेकलिस्ट में क्या सीन है? टॉक टू बोर्डन बेल। पहले हम जरा सुने उसके झूठ। सोल्जर बॉर्डन बेल, ये देखो हमें ऑप्शंस मिल रहे हैं। What is your duty at the border post? Your Honor, I am on guard duty at the security booth at the border post. My duty is to prevent illegal crossing at our border and to thwart any threats. I have never acted outside of my duty description. This accusation is completely slanderous. Evident of slander itself. I have never made any mistakes in my duty other than those imposed by limitations of being human. On the contrary, I have been insulted by my superiors multiple times. वो तो common है bro. Nevertheless, I kept these to myself, considering the sanctity of my duty, but I see that the institution I work for does not share the same sentiment. Okay? मेरे को एविडेंस चेक करना है एक बार। सीसीटीवी फुटेज। Look at this guys, look at this. इसमें से एक मिनट पॉज करो जरा। तो इसमें से बॉर्डन बेल कौन था? ब्रो, Your Honor, I acknowledge that the camera footage belongs to the security booth at the border post where I was on duty. I am not knowledgeable about technology, but I know these images have been tampered with. Please believe in my innocence. Witness Andrew Turner. Well, Borden is someone with strong social skills. He often interacts with people living near the border outside of working hours. Sometimes I join these conversations. आगे. However, the topic of human trafficking never came up in these conversations, at least not in the ones I participated in. Yes, the environment at the border post is quite unique. After all, hundreds of men are spending time in the same place. Borden communicated with us in a very normal way. Okay, perhaps he wasn't very cheerful lately, but who among us isn't going through tough times? कहीं पे भी Borden नहीं दिखा। ठीक है। हाँ ना, जरा अटर्नी को बुलाते हैं इनकी। हाँ ठीक है। जेफरी को भी देख लेते क्या बोल रहा है। हाँ भाई। Look at the border post or the border area. I might have been the closest, but still, the distance was not very close. Ask. I would estimate about 250 meters. As I mentioned before, I am new to the border area. Also, during the night, my visibility is, as you can imagine, more limited. At one point, I saw some shadows on the other side of the border. We occasionally see wild animals, but these looked more like people than animals. Okay. However, since it was night time, my visibility was not very good. ये तो आदमी थे, लेकिन ये क्रॉस कैसे किए जब वो वहां था? ये बंदे क्रॉस कैसे किए जब वो बंदा वहां पे स्टेशन था उस बूथ पे? Your Honor, upon reviewing our institution's records, it was determined that the defendant was not present in the security booth where he was supposed to be during working hours. Additionally, we have submitted the relevant security camera footage to the court. इसमें रेलेवेंसी क्या आई इस बंदे पे एक्यूज करने की? ये तो गवर्नमेंट फॉल्ट है ना पूरा। हाँ, ये तो पूरा आर्मी फॉल्ट है कि ये बंदे जो है ऐसे नीचे से निकल गए। ये बनाया क्यों इन्होंने, कवर क्यों नहीं किया इस चीज को अभी तक? Today at the border where the defendant was on duty. As you will see in the footage, a group of 3 illegal immigrants is passing under the fence beside the booth. Upon closer inspection of the footage, the defendant's duty weapon, which is registered in our command's inventory, is seen leaning against the fences on the ground. Okay. Okay. अच्छा, ये खड्डा नहीं है, इसने अपनी गन अटका के जो है ये एक वो बनाया है। लेकिन इसमें बंदा तो नहीं दिख रहा है ना कि उसी ने करवाया ये वाला काम। 3 का है वो भी, 2 people. What penalty is your institution? Your Honor, the fact that the defendant is not seen on the camera footage does not mean he did not commit the crime. The defendant is well aware of the camera's location. His absence during the commission of the crime is no coincidence. Silence. Maximum penalty according to the Article 134. Article 134. An individual or organization commits the crime of human trafficking by transporting people across borders through illegal means or by turning a blind eye to such transportation. Punished according to national and international regulations. The court may sentence the defendant to imprisonment ranging from 3 to 8 years. Alternatively, the court may impose a fine of up to $3 lakh. हाँ, Can I talk with this again? नहीं. 3 से 8 साल की जेल या तो 3 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना. Guys, देखो नोट्स में बोर्डन नहीं दिखा इसलिए हम देंगे उसको 6 साल की सजा. सजा तो वो करता है क्योंकि देखो उसने पहली बात तो लापरवाही के साथ में उसने अपनी गन वहां छोड़ी और कोई भी नहीं दिख रहा है. ठीक है, किसने उनको वो करवाया पासिंग. क्योंकि बोर्डन अगर अगर सही होता, वैसे तो हमको सही दिखाया गया है. Your spouse mentioned that you no longer have time for your family and that this situation is negatively affecting the children. What are your thoughts? I will solve this. Don't worry. I will solve this. One completed. Second murder case. Okay. आया अपन को. Mail. Which summarize the outcomes of the recent case for you. The case regarding our border security didn't generate much interest among social media users, so there was no significant reaction or praise in that regard. However, some citizens thought the case demonstrated our country's reciprocity capabilities in matters related to politics. While the case was covered by the written press, it didn't hold a highly prominent position, so the decision didn't receive extensive scrutiny. The government, on the other hand, is generally pleased with the outcome of the case and the lack of significant media attention. The Ministry of Justice was curious about your performance as this was your first case. That's all I have to convey. This message is a system notification sent regarding the outcome of the case you initiated. Please do not reply to this. In the case related to the post with the number which you reported, the opposing party has been found to be in the right. अरे यार ये वो है क्या लॉसूट. मैं डर गया. मैंने बोला मैंने केस गलत कर दिया क्या. आई प्रिपेयर्ड द डॉक्यूमेंट्स फॉर योर अपकमिंग केस एंड लेफ्ट ऑन द टेबल इन द कोर्ट रूम फॉर यू. थैंक यू रॉबिन. हाँ भाई, न्यूज़ पढ़ लेते. सोशल मीडिया पे क्या चल रहा है. Guys, when will the judge exams take place? Well, post डालेंगे guys. 314 followers. Let's go. Crime scene. Yeah, sure. वॉलमार्ट का है क्या? ओके। At the crime scene, a corpse identified to belong to Miles Petter was discovered within a container. Additionally, a strong odor is present inside the container. The container is a cold storage unit. Upon a thorough examination of the corpse, it was determined that there are signs of physical assault. Furthermore, there are instances of frostbite and loss of function in various limbs of the deceased. मतलब मारा पीटा गया है उसको. H145 हार्बर. अगला क्या पेज? In the investigations conducted by the crime scene team, 2 pills were found on the ground when the discovered pills were examined in detail by the expert. It was determined that they were antidepressant. These pills are sold with a prescription as they require a red prescription. Therefore, they can only be obtained with a doctor's recommendation. Occasionally, individuals who use them may experience suicidal thoughts, especially in the early stages. बट एंटी डिप्रेसेंट अगर वो ले रहा था लेकिन फिर फिजिकल असल्ट उसके ऊपर कैसे हुआ? फिजिकल असल्ट हुआ ना मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ. विजिट द फर्स्ट क्राइम सीन. चलो या फैमिली लॉयल्टी 90%. थैंक यू. पहले प्लेंटिफ का सुनेंगे. The body of Miles Petter was discovered inside a frozen food container during routine inspections at the port. Following a thorough investigation by our prosecution, it has been determined, based on witness testimonies and examined evidence, that the incident was committed by Lucian Foster, the CEO of the container's owner company. Why? Therefore, we request the punishment of the deviant बोल रहा हूँ, इतना 1 से 1 घुस गया दिमाग में. Of the defendant, Laura Martinez. Yeah, Laura. My client Lucian Foster is a prominent and respected businessman. वो तो सारे होते हैं. और we acknowledge that there was a heated argument between him and the deceased due to the engine failure experienced during the recent ship voyage. उसकी क्या गलती? However, Lucian Foster has not seen the deceased after that argument. He personally desires a thorough investigation to shed light on this unfortunate incident. However, he denies the murder allegations brought against him. Go to case. आओ guys. थोड़ा दिमाग अच्छे से लगाना पड़ेगा, हम जल्दबाजी में ये वो नहीं दे सकते. अरे यार, योर रिलेशनशिप विद द पब्लिक. भाई पब्लिक से क्यों रिलेशनशिप कम हो रहा है? अभी मारने लगेगी उठ के मेरे को पब्लिक. हाँ. Code behavior respectful, general behavior calm, appearance neat, defendant respectful, tense, appearance neat. डिफेंडेंट थोड़ा टेंस बैठा है. और जरा देखें. ये क्या हो रहा है? ये आर्ग्यूमेंट किस चीज का हो रहा है और कौन से दिन का है? वो थोड़ा सा अगर लाइट शैडो हो जाती तो. लिसन फर्स्ट. ये ऑलरेडी एक बार जेल जा चुका है. 23465. हाइट 180, ब्लैक। 2022 में जेल गया था ये। अभी क्या चल रहा? डेट ही नहीं दिखाया कहीं। ओके। विटनेस से बात करते हैं पहले। When I first arrived, I saw a crowd gathered around a container and everyone had a look of disgust and shock on their faces. Then I noticed someone lying on the ground and I immediately secured the area. Kaise? No, he wasn't there. I mean, not when I arrived. He must have been informed later because he came afterwards. During my investigation, I did not come across any suspicious circumstances. As for Lucien Foster, to be honest, he seemed indifferent. उसको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा था. Perhaps he was in a state of shock and didn't know how to react at the moment. It's difficult to say, as trying to interpret someone's feeling can be quite challenging. जाओ भाई. Brian Scott. Brian. It was right after the argument, but it was a very brief conversation. क्या था? I told him to stay calm, that everyone makes mistakes and that things would be okay. We didn't have any other conversations after that. As far as I know, no. Miles was a very lively person and was liked by everyone. However, it was known that he had been going through some family issues recently and he had become a bit withdrawn. I think the mistake he made on the ship was related to this distraction. Kill someone, sir. As you can imagine, accusing someone of murder is a very serious matter. Lucien Foster is a perfectionist, and yes, he doesn't like mistakes. And I can say he is tense. But if I thought he could kill someone, I wouldn't work at his company. Okay. पैसे कितने मिलते थे को वैसे? मुद्दे की बात है. पैसे कितने मिलते हैं? Witnesses Robert Taylor, Charles Martinez, Brian Scott, Ronald Hall, Lucien Foster. Autopsy report, body identification report. There is frostbite in many spots on the corpse, 61%. There are crushes on the skull of the corpse. Drugs were found in the stomach of the corpse. मतलब drug किया उसको. Since not all employees were on the ship on the day of the incident, the identifier of the body could not be clearly determined by the police. Based on the statements of the people at the scene, it was concluded that the body belonged to Mr. Miles Petter, and his brother was invited to identify him. Okay. Day of crime is 14th. Everyone, I mean the entire crew, knows this. I'm talking about our boss needing psychiatric help and medication because he is a tense person. However, I definitely don't think he would go as far as to kill someone. Inside the frozen food container and kya? I really feel sick when I remember it. He was covered in blood. There was also a very strong stench inside the container. To describe it, I went to the boss's office and brought the medication he requested. He looked extremely tense. Then I gave him the medication and left the room. Then opened the container for routine inspections. When I saw him lying on the floor covered in blood, I was in utter shock. मेरे को इस बंदे से पूछना है इसकी मेडिकेशन की पुरानी बोतल कहाँ है. क्या मैं पूछ सकता हूँ? इसलिए मैंने अब चालू किया पूरा बैक से, पता है, विटनेस से। पिछली बार मैंने यही गलती की, शायद चेंज हो जाए। It was about the engine malfunction and responsibilities, and it was a major mistake. I mean, how can I say this? It was a situation that endangered the crew's safety. Okay. At that time, I was in the boiler room. They were yelling at each other so loudly that I wondered what was going on and went upstairs. When I got up there, I saw that both of them were in a very heated arguments. I should also add that they were using severe insults against each other. I returned to my post and honestly, I thought Miles would lose his job. After such a serious argument with the boss, no one can stay employed. I didn't witness anything else. चलो मैं मानता हूँ कि एक बंदा इनमें ये है, ये तो ये कौन है? ये जो आया एक और नमूना, हु इज द थर्ड पर्सन? प्लेंटिफ हार्पर ग्रे से बात कर जरा। Your Honor, port officials conduct routine inspections of containers. On the day of the incident, during one such inspection, Miles Petter's body was discovered inside a container. ठीक है? Since the container was for frozen food, the victim's body was found in a frozen state. मतलब टाइम हो गया था उसको मरे हुए। After inspecting the crime scene, the prosecution, interviewed individuals who were in the vicinity at the time and who knew the victim. Okay, आगे. In almost all of these interviews, the name of Miles Peters' boss, Lucien Foster, came up. We learned that due to a technical issue on the ship, the victim was subjected to severe insults and physical violence by Lucien Foster. Additionally, Lucien Foster is prone to losing control due to prescription medicines he uses. In the evidence we presented to the court, you can clearly see the footage of the argument on the security cameras. Additionally, the autopsy report of Miles Peters shows that although he died from freezing, there are severe signs of assault on his body. Our prosecution asserts that the victim was assaulted and then thrown into the frozen food container, where he subsequently died. आओ भाई, लुसियन बताओ। It was a disagreement over the engine malfunction and the associated responsibilities. Since this situation was extremely serious, threatening the safety of lives, I got angry with him and warned him to be more careful. I am in shock and deeply saddened. You argue with someone about a legitimate issue and then this person dies. And you get accused. This must be one of the worst things that can happen to a person. अरे लेकिन तेरी बॉटल वहां पे क्या कर रही थी? I completely deny the accusations. I would never go so far as to kill someone. ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है जिसको इसने वो खाना लाने भेजा था, वो दवा लाने। What does it have to do with the case? Again, I guess it's not true. I mean, sometimes the medications cause me some difficulties, but I try not to let it affect those around me. ख्याल से इसकी वजह से, फ्रॉस्ट बाइट की वजह से। लेकिन सर पे क्रश होने की वजह से, फिर उसके अंदर ड्रग्स होने की वजह से। Any person who intentionally causes the death of another person shall be deemed to have committed the offense of homicide. If the crime of murder is considered to be a result of discrimination based on factors such as religion, language, or race, it is punished with a more severe penalty. If the crime of murder is committed with a sense of brutality and premeditation, it starts from 18 years and can be increased up to 100 years. पहली बात, इनके बीच में झगड़ा हुआ, ठीक है। फिर इस बंदे ने जो है, फॉस्टर ने मेडिकेशन मंगवाया इसी का, जो वहां पे मिला हमें, जो इसके लिए काम आता है, और कोई एविडेंस हमको मिला नहीं। ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि जब ये झगड़ा हो रहा था इनका, तब भी उससे वो बॉटल गिर सकती है वहां पे, क्योंकि वहीं झगड़ा हो रहा था उसी के बाजू में। लेकिन फिजिकल असल्ट्स के निशान है उसके ऊपर, और ये ऑलरेडी एक बार बुक हो चुका है पहले भी क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड के हिसाब से, वायलेंस के लिए। आओ डिसीजन पे चले। डाउट तो है कि ये बंदा कर सकता है। $100 पेनल्टी किस चीज की? वी कैन यूज इमिग्रेंट एज अ वर्क फोर्स। सही बात है, अगर उनको काम की जरूरत है, वी कैन यूज देम। It was Richard, right? Yes. That you will do what is right for our country and won't prolong this issue. Frankly, I don't quite understand what you are saying. It seems I need to be a bit clearer. You won't punish a government institution for doing what's necessary, will you? What the hell? Bhai, hello? The verdict in the case will be determined in the courtroom. सही बात है। क्या पहले ही जो रिश्वतखोरी है. Dear Judge, the defendant from your previous case has approached us, believing that your decision was incorrect. After conducting a detailed examination, we have determined that you made an erroneous judgment. Although the parties engaged in a violent altercation, it is not evidence that one of them killed the other. Without sufficient evidence is not correct. We empathize the need for greater diligence in your future decisions. Okay. अरे लेकिन उसकी मेडिसिन मतलब वही था कि भाई मेडिसिन वहां पे पहले भी पड़ी हो सकती है. वन इनकरेक्ट वन करेक्ट लेकिन ठीक है गाइस, है ना. दो इम्प्रिजनमेंट दिए गए. 359 फॉलोअर्स लेकिन बहुत लोगों ने. आए थे. ओके कोई बात नहीं, 100 का फाइन ना, कोई सीन नहीं. ठीक है कोई बात नहीं गाइस, एक गलती माफ होती है. अच्छा रीट्रायल देखे क्या सीन है. यस. क्या बात हो रही है, क्या सीन है. प्लांटेफ. प्लांटेफ. My client is serving his sentence at Kobarde prison for the crime he committed. However, in recent days, an action has been taken, such as sentencing my client to solitary confinement despite his not exhibiting any negative behavior. The prison administration has abused its authority during this process. My client has experienced psychological and physical distress. We are filing a complaint against the prison administration for this reason. Yeah, scene kya hai? My client, Kobarde Prison Administration, would like to remind that there are conditions that criminal must adhere to as stipulated by the law. The regulations prescribe punishment for prisoners who do not adhere to these conditions. Condition kya hai? Albert Neuron was found to have skipped a meal during cafeteria hours and initiated a hunger strike, which led to his sentencing to solitary confinement. किस चीज के लिए? Starting the strike is prohibited according to prison regulations, and the punishment is solitary confinement. There is no basis for unfounded claims of the plaintiff. Your Honor, the witness Laura Martinez has a close relationship with the prison warden. Therefore, it is not possible for her to respond impartially. We request that you reject her testimony as witness. नहीं, हम सबका prison warden. Laura Martinez. लेकिन लॉरा मार्टिनेज की वो क्यों आ रही है, क्या बोलते हैं, हमें विटनेस कैसे हो गई वो उस जगह पे कर क्या रही थी प्रिजन के अंदर, पहले ये बताओ. अब मेरे को जानना है. पहले तो केस फाइल देखेंगे. सिट डाउन गाइस, सिट डाउन. अबे एक ही चीज है क्या अंदर कार्ड में, 5-5 पॉइंट करके. एल्बर्ट न्यूरॉन वर्सेस प्रिजन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. ओके. Prisoner, he did not exhibit. People stated that prisoner was sentenced to solid because he did not comply with the necessary instruction and condition. Miguel Perez. It has been determined that the prisoner has not eaten for 3 days. It has been determined that the prisoner has initiated a hunger strike by refusing to eat in prison. decided to examine the prisoner in infirmary due to potential health issues he may experience. अरे उसको भूख नहीं लगी होगी, पेट में दर्द होगा। गजब है बहस क्या ये तो। Assesses the legality and proportionality of the penalty. It may annul or rectify the penalty if it is unjust or unnecessary. The right of prisoners to appeal and the rights to a fair trial are preserved. पहले पहले जरा डिफेंडेंट से बात करें हम। The prisoner exhibited behavior contrary to prison discipline and initiated a hunger strike, perhaps in a somewhat amusing way. He aimed to establish a power balance over the prison administration, but you will agree that this is not possible. Hello, what? It is entirely in compliance, sir. As you know, there are certain provisions under Article 13 for such situation. The prison administration has used its authority within the framework of the regulations to maintain order. The situation of prisoners sentenced to solitary confinement is evaluated based on their non-compliance with the prison regulations, and the appropriate punishment is applied. तुम बाहर जाओ पहले तो। हाँ भाई, कहाँ है वो? हाँ, लॉरा मार्टिनेज, आओ जरा मैदान में आओ। हाँ, नर्स है। I did not witness weight loss, sleep deprivation, or self-harming behaviors. However, I can say that he exhibited more tense behavior compared to before. Perhaps he gave in to a desire for revenge. मैं इसकी एक बात नहीं मान रहा। No, sir, as you know, routine examinations are conducted for every prisoner at regular intervals. There was no need for additional counseling or medication. The prisoner currently does not have any mental issues, sir. I believe that the prison administration should keep him separate and monitor the process. बाहर जाओ तुम, वापस जाना। हाँ, टेरी ब्राइट, ग्रेगोरी पेरेज, क्या है क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड? मर्डर है, 6 साल का क्राइम है बंदे का। हाँ ठीक है यार, सुधर भी तो सकते हैं। टेरी ब्राइट। The prisoner's behavior was evaluated according to the prison regulations and acted upon in accordance with the law. So, actually, there is no evidence of such a thing. So, to maintain order, the regulations stipulated by the law were followed. Prisoners sometimes exhibit such behavior to escape from their environment. Okay. Since I am not fully informed about the events in the current case, it would not be ethical for me to make a definitive statement. Okay. मतलब you don't know anything much. Gregory Perez, पुलिस वाला, cleaner. Lifted the tray placed in front of him and threw it on the floor, sir. Afterwards, he started yelling, "Hunger strike! Revolt! Don't be a herd! Hunger strike!" General mood before. However, I can say that he exhibited more tense behavior after solitary. ये बंदा कुछ mix up है. Perhaps come to a desire for revenge. Earlier, I mentioned the personal behavior. ये डाउट है मेरे को, इनके मैं इस पे विश्वास कर ही नहीं रहा। मेरे को ये बंदे से बात करनी है। प्लांटेक, प्लेनटेक। नेगेटिव ये इन प्रिजन। आई फॉलोड ऑल द रूल्स। खाना क्यों नहीं खाया? Certainly. However, since the witnesses presented in the court are from the prison administration, they will not mention it. Never, I never had such an intention. I am only defending my rights because I believe I do not deserve solitary confinement. मतलब बंदे को पहले ही solitary confinement दे दिया था क्या? मेरे को कोई एकदम पुख्ता सबूत नहीं मिल रहा, ठीक है, पहले तो, कि भाई ये बंदे ने हंगर स्ट्राइक किया और ये सब बातें की है, क्योंकि ये सारे जो है ये उसी जगह के अंदर के ही। तो मे बी ये तो नेगेटिव भी रह सकते हैं ना, जानबूझ के। गाइस एक भारी सा मिस्टेक हो गया गाइस। बंदा बंदा सही था, वो लोग गलत थे, मैंने गलती से उनको नॉट गिल्टी कर दिया। अरे यार प्लीज मेरे को खेल दे दो वो वाला पार्ट। हाँ ठीक है, ये वाला। एटी परसेंट बढ़ाना है। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, पनवेल निकलना है मेरे को, चलो जल्दी। ओके, वी आर रेडी फॉर द कोर्ट। लॉरा मार्टिनेज ने तो देख लिया गाइस, हमने क्या क्या वो किया है उसने, ठीक है। विटनेस जो उसने जो वहाँ पे जो रखा है, विटनेस एज अ विटनेस जो आई वो, यू विल रिसीव $50 इन कैश, थैंक यू। ये सब ठीक है, पढ़ लिया था मैंने। फाइल्स चेक्ड। मैनेजर, प्रिजन मैनेजर है ये? दे वर गिल्टी, ठीक है। पता है मेरे को ये वाला, ये भी पता है मेरे को। हाँ, ये भी पता है। डिसीजन टाइम, या डिफेंडेंट कौन सा है? ओबेरन टेम्पल्टन। एल्बर्ट न्यूरॉन इज प्लेंटिफ। हंड्रेड पॉइंट पेनल्टी। ये अब बढ़ाना चाहिए ना भाई, मर्डर और उसके लिए। बोलना मत कि ये जो है ये गलत हुआ, प्लीज। फोन आया मिनिस्टर का। तू करेक्ट कैसे हुआ? मैंने सजा ज्यादा दे दी क्या? नंबर ऑफ केसेस विथ एक्विटल वर्डिक्ट्स 1। मतलब कुछ सही भी है कुछ गलत भी है। देखो वो सही था, मतलब बंदा सही था, उसने कुछ किया नहीं था, लेकिन मैंने केस गलत दे दिया उनको, मतलब प्रॉब्लम। गाइस, आई वॉन दैट केस, लेकिन थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ हो गई, थोड़ी सी, पता नहीं। The defendant from your previous case has approached us believing that after conducting a detailed exam, we have identified an erroneous judgment. In the related case, the prison administration has implemented regulations established by prison management laws. Upon reviewing the regulations articles, there is no unlawful situation present. It is evident that the inmate individually sought to initiate a strike or riot. हाउ ब्रो हाउ? लेकिन वो बंदे का कोई कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंस था ही नहीं कि भाई उसने किया है। वो दोनों तो अंदर के थे, झूठ भी तो बोल सकते हैं। फोटो दो। कोई बात नहीं, पब्लिक अपुन है। क्या जजमेंट दे रहा हूँ मैं, मजा आ रहा है। Balthazar Whitman. Nosbart municipality promptly arrived at the scene upon receiving the call, and following an examination by expert personnel determined that there were more historical artifacts beneath the ground in this area. A decision for immediate expropriation was made for this land, and an appropriate price for the land was determined and delivered to the rightful owner. According to the law, it is mandatory to sell at the price determined by the municipality. We request the dismissal of the plaintiff's demands. Plaintiff: my client came across several high-value historical artifacts while excavating for agriculture purposes on its land and immediately reported the situation to the authorities. However, as soon as the authorities arrived, they cordoned off a large area and prohibited access. Then they informed us that the municipality would acquire a substantial portion of the land and provide an offer regarding that price. However, the price they communicated and pressured us to sell at is well below the actual value of the land. Therefore, we are requesting the payment of the true value of the land to us. Okay. Plaintiff: Your Honor, when my client, an honest citizen, discovered historical artifacts, he promptly reported them to the authorities. However, the municipality acted in bad faith. My client's sole source of income is agricultural land. We earnestly request you to take this into consideration. Go case. हाँ ठीक है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के साथ में ना, ठीक है, वैलिड है। Plaintiff: respectful expected need. Defendant: careless, indifferent, sloppy. Defendant: हाँ ठीक है। Christopher land case. Ancient statue, plot 18, plot 20, plot 41. Okay. Councillor Mayor Karen Davis and Councillor Jason Miller. The decision has been made to expropriate 76% of the land located in parcel 1748, which on a value of $500,000 due to the presence of remains and historical heritage on the land. $500,000. The assessment conducted by our organization on the parcel 1748 indicates that the actual value of the land is determined to be $11,12,000. The determination of its value was based on the considerations such as soil type, total area, and location, as revealed by the examinations conducted on the property. Additionally, 3 land parcels serving as a reference reflecting these values were taken into consideration. Total area 52 to 71, location 20. Okay. आगे Navies क्या है? हाँ भाई, friction specialist, friction merit. Legal proceedings are initiated and the expropriation process continues in accordance with legal procedure. The landowners' rights and legal protections were upheld throughout the expropriation process, with regular information provided at each stage. कितना था? But it was believed that a more detailed assessment should be conducted during the court process. कितना पैसा दिया उसको? Clementine Prescott or Annabelle Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Servant. The expropriation process proceeded in accordance with legal procedures, considering the significance of the historical artifacts and the rights of the landowner. Fair? The value of the land was determined through appraisal work conducted by experts and regional assessments. Was a fair price offered to the landowner? Yes. A fair price offer in the public interest was presented to the landowner. लैंड की तरफ से कोई नहीं आया क्या भैंस के यहाँ? हेलो, कोई है या नहीं लैंड ओनर की तरफ से भी गप्पे मारने के? एनाबेल हॉथर्न, आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, ये भी इसी तरफ से है. Found in the excavation area reflect the cultural and historical values of the region. What kind of discussion? We had discussion with the landowner explaining the importance of the historical artifacts and the expropriation process. Would be carried out legally and the rights of the landowner would be protected. किया protect? मैं क्यों इतना गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ जा रहा हूँ भाई? Defendant is this guy or plaintiff is Christopher Cute. Your Honor, we consulted with an expert on the matter. After conducting the necessary assessment, the expert shared that its value is 11,12,12,000. हाँ भाई, बता तुमने क्या किया? The significance of the historical artifacts in the excavation area and we made the decision for expropriation. The price offered to the landowner has been assessed in compliance with the law. Process and resort to the court if necessary. Our aim is to proceed with a purchase that is in the public interest. And सारी चीजें कर ली. The constitution was examined. File a lawsuit in court against the expropriation process decision made by the municipality. The court evaluates whether the expropriation decision is lawful and whether the expropriation is necessary for the public interest. If it is determined that expropriation is not in compliance with the law or there is no public interest requirement, the decision is annulled or revised. लेकिन मेरे को ऑप्शन ही नहीं दे रहा ये गेम कि I can decide to नो पेनल्टी गाइस. देखो, उन्होंने म्युनिसिपैलिटी वाले ने $5 लाख खाली दिए उसको, जबकि प्राइस था उस एरिया का 11 लाख समथिंग. मिचेल ब्राउन वर्सेस क्रिस स्मिथ. भाई साहब, ये तो सीधा ही असल्ट दिख रहा है. कुचल रहा है वो गाड़ी से बंदा. हाँ भाई, क्या करेगा? एनवेलप आया मेरे लिए. किस बंदे ने मेरे खिलाफ डाला भाई? मेरे को वो देखना है। शॉकर फ्रॉम फेमस बिजनेस है ना। गाइस बॉम्ब तो नहीं भेजा किसी ने डर उड़ाने के मेरे को? Dear Judge, I would like to introduce myself to you. I am a wealthy businessman in this country who uses my money for the good of my country. I am highly respected by important figures in the country. Unfortunately, my son is unjustly accused in the case that will take place today. I have full confidence that you will take special care with this case and make the right decision, which is to declare my son innocent. गिफ्ट अपने पास रख मैं इसके मैं रिश्वतखोर दिख रहा हूँ देखो ऑफिसर के अंदर पेपर अंदर रख ले ले गया अब नहीं दे सकते गड़बड़ हो गई अच्छा $500 दे रहा था बंदा क्या ही हो जाता है यार ले लेता तो 3 नंबर ऑफ करेक्ट डिसीजन 2 इनकरेक्ट जिसमें से एक तो इक्वल था करेक्ट इनकरेक्ट वो तो वैसे भी पता लगाना बहुत टफ था 420 फॉलोअर्स गए 420 फॉलोअर 420 20 20 20 फ्री ट्रायल आओ जरा The Supreme Court did not seem to care much about judges who are an agenda of journalists working overtime. There doesn't seem to be any change in this regard. Let's go. हाँ भाई डिफेंडेंट इज वो अमीर बाप की बिगड़ी हुई औलाद My client acknowledges that the car in question belonged to him. However, he denies driving the guys Pune case. He denies driving the car that day. He mentioned that he took off his jacket at a party he attended and then that the car keys were in that jacket pocket. देख लो. When he wanted to leave the party, he couldn't find the jacket or the car. He stated that he thought one of his close friends had taken the car, so he went home. बंदे के पास में इतना पैसा है कि उसने वो गाड़ी के बारे में सोचा तक नहीं कि गाड़ी और जैकेट चला गया कोई बात नहीं नहीं ले लेंगे कल वो घर चला गया रिक्शा पकड़ के My client wanted to cross the street last Monday because the green light was on. Okay. However, despite the red light being on for vehicles at that time, a car hit her. Therefore, she is complaining against the car owner. बात तो सही है. Carelessness तुम्हारे बच्चे ने निभाई है. Your Honor, there exists a past relationship between the witness Eva Guin, who has been summoned to the court, and my client that ended in a bitter separation. Therefore, her responses will undoubtedly be biased. We request you to reject her testimony. रिजेक्ट क्यों करूं मैं The defendant Chris Smith's father is quite wealthy and a malicious person. Therefore, we believe he may attempt to influence the course of the court. We wanted to inform you about this. अरे मेरे को पहले से पता है रे आ गया मेरे पे $500 का वो आ गया था you know हाँ Public will increase by 5 point. Thank you. हाँ भाई बैठो ये इसके एज कितना है बे प्लांटिव डिपेंडेंट एंशियस नीट काम ठीक है केस फाइल दिखाओ रिचल ब्राउन वर्सेस क्रिस स्मिथ हाँ ठीक है वो तो पता चल गया इट शोज द मोमेंट एक्सीडेंट ऑकर्ड ये 2 सेकंड के 1 मिनट हाँ, हाँ, विटनेस एवा ग्रीन। अरे बच्चे, I was having a good time at the party, but I haven't been drinking for a long time, so I didn't drink that night either. Okay, पूछा मैंने. Some of my friends who came to the party with me left early, so I was sitting alone. At one point, I saw Chris take his jacket and move to a different room. आगे. I saw Chris leave the house, but a few minutes later, around 11:10 p.m., when I went outside for some fresh air, I couldn't see Chris or his car. क्रिस ने जैकेट पहना था क्या वो? भाई साहब हम नहीं पूछ सकते क्या ये वाले क्वेश्चन? I attended a party hosted by my close friends. The car keys were in my jacket pocket. आगे. When it got too hot inside, I took off my jacket and placed it on the seat. I had been drinking, so I called my driver to drive my car. हाँ. Told him where my car was and asked him to find my jacket. But later he came back to me and said that my jacket was nowhere to be found and my car was not where I had told him. The party attendant was with my close friends and I thought one of them might have taken it, so I asked my driver to call a taxi for me. Then I took a taxi and went home. I didn't do anything different on the day of the incident. कैमरे से छेड़छाड़ हुई है क्या गाइस? चल बताओ. I wanted to cross the street, but then I heard a screeching sound. जिंदा कैसे बची इतनी तेज गाड़ी आई तो? After that, there's nothing else. I vaguely remember the car, but I'm not sure. To be honest, when I came to, I was in the hospital. No, as I said, I only heard a painful screeching sound. It's a bad memory. ठीक है, bad memory. कंक्लूसिव एविडेंस नहीं है हम पे अभी भी. ये जैकेट भी इसके साथ लग नहीं रहा है. तो और कुछ सीन है क्या? मैं इसको वापस रिपीट तो कर सकता हूँ. रिचल ये देखिए आते हुए गाड़ी ने ठोका. बंदा जो निकला इसे टोपी पहनी हुई थी. पैंट थोड़ी अजीब सी है. जैकेट भी ये नहीं है ये वाला. जैकेट ये वाला नहीं है जो इसने पहना है बंदे ने वहां. If a motor vehicle driver collides with a pedestrian by violating traffic rules and as a result of this collision, the pedestrian to 6 years or fined up to $2 lakh, taking into account the severity of the injury. ज्यादा कुछ हुआ नहीं है. $1 लाख. Unhappiness at the public school and wants to switch. What are your thoughts? My children's education is quite important. Yeah. Marcos Marshall versus Eric Daly. वाओ भाई साहब ये तो खत्म नहीं होगा. मर्डर केस. मैं कभी ब्राइब नहीं देता. बच्चा था रे. बच्चे को कितने देर के जेल डालोगे? 6 साल के लिए? उसका लाइफ खराब करनी है ना. नहीं. We were hoping to make an agreement with you. This action you have taken will cost you dearly. अरे जा. कल आना ब्रो कल. मैं उसके ना डराता है. अरे जा 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 जा. Additionally, the attorneys are waiting. Social media 470 followers. Crime scene time. After the crime scene, two different sets of fingerprints were identified on the bloody knife. According to the results obtained from the fingerprint analysis sent to the laboratory, the fingerprints were determined to belong to Marcus Marshall and Eric Daly. The bloodstains on the knife and the blood spread around may provide us with insight into how the murder was committed. पीछे वाला पेज क्या है? Marcus Marshall and Eric Daly. Theft. The safe at the crime scene was found empty. Furthermore, there is no visible sign of forced entry or damage. It is likely that the safe was opened by someone who knew the combination. According to statements from the owner of the safe's relatives, there was a substantial amount of cash inside the safe. Owner ने खुद ही चोरी किया होगा. Let's go big brain. It was determined that the window in the room at the crime scene was broken. No blood was found on the broken glass shards. Additionally, based on the examination, it is believed that the glass was broken due to a forceful impact, possibly caused by a stone, metal object, or a strong blow from a person. Strong blow होगा तो कपड़ा बांधा होगा उसने कांच तोड़ने के लिए. Okay. Okay. अरे हाँ न्यूज़ पढ़ सकते हैं ना. न्यूज़ पे लिखा होगा ना. Represents a turning point where the perpetrator of a murder will be held accountable. The disclosure of the truth behind the murder and the trail of the offender in the pursuit of justice is anticipated. The severity of the crime and the demands of the victim's family in the case will question society's trust in the criminal justice system. बैंकिंग भी देख सकते हैं क्या? कितना है? Salary 150, stationery 640. 601. Okay, so okay. आओ फ्री ट्रायल चले जरा देखे क्या बोल रहा है कौन. Your spouses started to stand by you more, equivalent to the importance you give to your children's education. Let's go. घर वाले खुश, बात खत्म बहस के. डिफेंडेंट भाई बताओ. मेगन हैरिस. Megan Harris. My client denies all the charges. He says that on the day of the incident, he heard a struggle between the thief and his roommate. When he came home and when he entered the room, he found his friend lying motionless on the floor. He saw the thief trying to escape through the window, dropping the knife in the process. और ये बंदा खड़े होकर ताली बजा रहा था वहाँ पे. अच्छा वो मार दिया मैं उसके मुझसे. अच्छा हुआ. My client has admitted to committing theft and has been convicted for it. However, he denies the murder charges. Admitted to committing theft and has been convicted for it. However, he denies the murder charges. दोनों. Eric Daly, who has another set of fingerprints on the murder. उस पे चाकू के फिंगरप्रिंट कैसे आए? चाकू पे उसके फिंगरप्रिंट. My client has admitted to entering the house for the crime of theft and is serving the corresponding penalty. This is an indication of his good faith. The noun. Anxious, tense, दोनों के दोनों टफ सीट में. Marcus Marshall versus Eric Daly. Is there camera footage? No, there are no cameras in the house. Two people fingerprint. Was a murder weapon found? Murder weapon was a knife. Vault knife, broken glass piece. Fingerprints of the friend found in the kitchen. The window in the room is broken and there are glass pieces. दोनों यही है. एक ने चोरी की, उसने मान लिया प्लांटेफ ने, लेकिन वो बोल रहा है कि मैंने मर्डर नहीं किया. और एक बंदा जो है मर्डर करने के इरादे से आया था. पहले तो विटनेस से बात करें. कैरोलाइन ज्वेलर. They have been living together in the same house for a year. John valued him a lot. In the past, they had some major arguments, but they also had occasional minor fights, which they would quickly resolve. John and I were planning to get married soon. I am very sorry. As I said, we were planning to get married soon, so he was saving cash. The safe contained $9,000 as far as I know. Okay. Andy Roman. I went out to the balcony to smoke. Just then, I heard a shout from the neighboring house. It startled me and I dropped the lighter I was holding. Aage. When I looked closer, I saw someone jumping out of the window and quickly running away. It was night time and the surroundings were quite dark, so I couldn't see much. No, that's all I can say. अरे यार, मार्कस मार्शल पे पहले बात करें जरा. I entered the house for theft later. John noticed me and we each struggled. I had no chance I had with me. It was always in my pocket. I heard the sound of door opening and I quickly pushed John to the floor. We were fighting right in front of the bed. I escaped through the window quickly. During this time, I realized that I didn't have the knife in my pocket anymore. I must have dropped it in the house, and I believe Eric Daly used the knife to commit the murder because there were no fingerprints on the knife except for ours. The safe. The safe was closed when I escaped from the house. In front of the door, and then I quickly escaped through the window, thinking Eric Daly might chase me. I probably scraped it against something, लेकिन वो जो विंडो जो टूटी थी वहां पे किसी का भी खून नहीं पड़ा था और ये बोल रहा है कि इसको कट आया था. मतलब ये बंदा कुछ गड़बड़ कर रहा है. The struggle, I panicked and hurriedly approached the room. At that moment, I saw someone trying to escape through the window. With some malicious people and they wanted me to pay it back as soon as possible. John also had outstanding debt above from the past. We had an argument about this debt, but it wasn't as big fight. मतलब ये पैसे भी देता था ये बंदा, ठीक है. अभी हो सकता है फिर से ही अगर उसमें फंसा हो, सच्ची में इसी ने मार दिया हो. Son can be up to 100 years. दोस्त को मारा है भाई. 100% इसी बंदे ने मारा है. दिस इज एविडेंस ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट्स मैनेजमेंट। मैं पब्लिक के खिलाफ नहीं जा रहा। क्यों पता है गाइस? देखो, उस बंदे ने भले ही एक चीज झूठ बोली, झूठ भी बोली या नहीं, देखो उसको कट आया, लेकिन वो फाइट के बीच में नहीं आया, नहीं तो उसका ब्लड वहां पे मिलता क्रॉसिंग और जंपिंग में। ठीक है, तो वहां पे खून नहीं था उसका बिल्कुल भी। और रही बात इस बंदे की, इसने बोला कि ये लोग कर्जे में डूबे हुए थे तो इसको पैसे की जरूरत थी, और उस बंदे ने बोला कि मैंने पैसे एक भी लिए नहीं, ले नहीं पाया मैं, क्योंकि उसके पहले ही जॉन ने उसको देख लिया था। तो पैसे कौन ले सकता है? जो जान पहचान वाला, क्योंकि उसने तोड़ा नहीं है सेफ। तो खाली इसी को ये कोड पता हो सकता है ना, क्योंकि सेफ नहीं तोड़ा गया था बिल्कुल भी। लेट्स गो गाइस, थोड़ा सा दिमाग चल रहा है। 5 राइट, टू 1 इनकरेक्ट। मैं तो 1 मानूंगा उसको। It would be great if I could do an internship at the courthouse. I am new here. How do I send a message? I know Richard from distance is a good man. 500 followers guys। किस पे? ट्विटर पे। Let's go. किसी ने रिश्वत रिश्वत नहीं भेजी मेरे को? इतना बोर है क्या केसी वाला? मेरे को लगा था किसी ना किसी ने रिश्वत तो भेजी थी होगी मेरे को अभी तक। कम होने तो गवर्नमेंट लॉयल्टी, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा मेरे को। वैसे भी गवर्नमेंट लॉयल्टी क्या ही मिल जाएगा करके। हाँ भाई, डिपेंडेंट जेम्स स्टीवर्ट वापस। My client takes pride in working for the Cobard Intelligence Agency, which is the plaintiff in this case, and is a patriotic individual. From the moment he was embedded with the organization, his primary goal has been to dismantle the organization. However, due to the increasing risk of capture within the organization, he decided to terminate his communication with the Cobard Intelligence Agency. He made this decision to ensure his own safety. We firmly deny the allegations made by the plaintiff. क्या है एलिगेशन प्लांटिफ के? मैंने पहले प्लांटिफ पूछा जी, मेरे को कैसे पता चलेगा कि किसने क्या किया? द इंस्टीट्यूशन रिप्रेजेंटेड बाय माई क्लाइंट इज कंडक्टिंग सिग्निफिकेंट ऑपरेशंस विद इन द कंट्री. In one of these operations, which has been under surveillance for a long time, the defendant has been placed as an operative within the arms smuggling group. However, as the operation progressed, communication with Kyle Neumer was lost and no response was received. Based on observations, it has been determined that Kyle Neumer began working for organization and severed ties with the agency. We request that the defendant be tried for treason against the क्या सीन है भाई? ये केस सर दर्द है। Increase by 5 point, thank you. Thanks, respectful, indifferent, anxious. मेरे को तो ये केस ही नहीं समझ में आया क्या हुआ है इसमें। इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी वर्सेस काइल न्यूमैन had placed its member Kyle Neumer inside the arms smugglers it has been pursuing for a long time. However, over time, communication with Kyle was lost, and it is believed that he also began working for the organization. Recently, with the operation carried out, the criminals were captured, and Cobalt Intelligence also captured Kyle, whom they had previously infiltrated. Kyle Neumer is accused of abusing his mission and going beyond orders, and a request for his punishment has been filed with the court. If Kyle Neumer successfully infiltrates, communication will be established through encrypted phones. If the operation jeopardizes Kyle Neumer's life, it will be terminated early. If the required code is transmitted, a raid will be conducted at Kyle Newmark's last known location. For security reasons, the number of people who knew about Kyle Newmark's activity will be limited. Kyle Newmark spent his first day within the organization. Kyle Newmark reported that the organization was preparing for a major delivery. Kyle Newmark provided the location information. Kyle Newmark reported a security issue. Communication cuts off. सिक्योरिटी इश्यू कोई बड़ा भी तो हो सकता है उस फाइट उस चीज में. Witness, how did you trace? We track communication records by technically monitoring communication channels and examining electronic evidences. What changes? After the cessation of communication, there were some disruptions in internal working of the organization and revisions were needed in operation plans. What evidence do you have that Kyle Newmark returned to the organization? He claims to have terminated communication due to concerns for his safety, but at that time, our information about the organization indicated no problem. Initially, Kyle Newmark acted in accordance with the organization's mission. However, over time, he displayed a more negative attitude towards the organization and severed communication. After the cessation of communication, there was instability and confusion within the organization. Kyle Newmark's inactivity affected some of the organization's plans. वो तो valid है. What evidence do you have that Kyle Newmark returned? We presented communication records and operation reports as evidence to the court. Okay. Agent Caspian. We communicated with Kyle using pre-established secure communication channels. And how long did he successfully carry it out? Kyle Newmark's role was to monitor the organization's activity and gather intelligence. He successfully carried out his role until the cessation of communication. We presented communication records and operation reports. हाँ ठीक है. अब हाँ अगस्त 6 को देख लेते क्या बोल रहा है. Through intelligence obtained during the operation and communication records. At the beginning of the operation, we placed Kyle Newmark within the organization and monitored the communication process. Then, however, over time, communication was severed and we understood that he began working for the organization. What changes are you bringing against Kyle? We are bringing charges against Kyle for acting contrary to the agency's mission, jeopardizing the mission, and going beyond orders. You will agree that there cannot be more serious offense, and we hope the punishment will be commensurate, Your Honor. हाँ भाई, कायल भैया, बताओ क्या किया तुमने अब? After being placed in the organization, I worked to disrupt the arms smugglers in the line with the organization's mission. फिर? The cessation of communication occurred due to the increased risk of capture and my desire to ensure my own safety. I terminated communication to protect my own life. Bro, I acted in accordance with the organization's mission and risked my life to protect the nation. What did you risk, bhai? The allegations made by the organization are baseless. It is extremely humiliating to be accused by an institution I serve. तूने जो है लाइंस तोड़ दिए कम्युनिकेशन और फिर तुम बोल रहे हो कि मैंने अपनी जान जोखिम में डाली, जबकि तुमने जो है उनको बताया भी नहीं कि क्या रीजन था. लॉ दिखाइए थोड़ा. Transgression and disobedience to orders are treated with special diligence to protect the security and legal orders of the country. The court meticulously examines the validity of the charges and evidence. Those who found guilty may be punished with severe penalties for the crime of treason. क्या है severe penalties? पेनल्टी क्या देनी है? क्राइम क्या है? गाइस यहाँ पे रोकते हैं इसको. विल बी बेटर क्योंकि आज के लिए इतना काफी है ये वाला. हम दूसरे वाले पे चलते थोड़ी देर. अच्छा है ये वाला, इसको कंटिन्यू करेंगे. गेम इसका नाम था जज. यू आर द जज. ठीक है, नाउ वी आर प्लेइंग जज सिम. गाइस इसको लोड होने दो, मैं आया एक सेकंड. आई एम बैक गाइस, आई एम बैक. आओ कंटिन्यू करते हैं कल वाला. केसेस 9 100% रिकॉर्ड है अभी तक. क्या है केस सब्जेक्ट जोएल मुलर sues Saisoni for damages for the suicide of his daughter. Saisoni company. Joel Muller It's that his 15-year-old daughter, Ellie J. Muller, had played the game Last of Me Too, owned by Sony, and that sometime after playing the game, she suffered from depression and subsequently committed suicide. Joel Muller, who blames Sony for his daughter's murder, seeks to damage in the amount of $1 crore for the pain and suffering he had suffered. In addition, the plaintiff, Joel Muller, requests that the game be removed from sale. Rice Burke, one of the company's lawyers, is representing Sony in the case. 2 weeks later, her mother came home from work and found her unconscious on the bed, having a box of antidepressants. So she was exhibiting behaviors she would never normally do. So we took her to hospital and she was diagnosed with major depression. About 2 weeks later, antidepressant. When we took her to the hospital, it was already too late. Our company never accepts such smear campaigns. Before the release of our game, we stated the legal age limit as 18. Here we see that Mr. Muller's daughter Ellie does not meet this age limit. In this case, सही बात है सही बात है वैसे कोई डिजिटल एविडेंस नहीं है एप्लीकेशन ईमेल और हाँ वही बात करें Your Honor, my daughter borrowed the first game of the series from her friend. बात तो सही है गाइस क्योंकि गेम खाली गेम ही नहीं होगा कोई और रीजन भी हो सकता है ना Members of Sicilia cartel were caught smuggling drugs across the border. We are offering you $500 to release Jeremy Alder and Mike Byrne. This money will make your job easier and we will ensure that you are not affected by the decision you make. अरे क्या कल आना क्या सीन है What was seized after the operation? 8 kg lysergic acid diethylamide LAD 25 9 liters gamma hydroxybutyrate 2 submachine guns criminal record yes mental health yes positive yes charges drug trafficking, taking part in organized crimes activities. What was the result? in jail and 11,500 का जुर्माना. 40 years. क्या क्या कंडीशन क्या क्या लगाई है? ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग, खाली ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग लगाया तो वो LMG SMG 24 years and 7,50,000. हम $500 दे रहा था मेरे को. Oh. Sophia, surname Bonsa, age 29, gender female, criminal record no. Okay, बच गई. Fraud. Recently Dennis, क्या नाम है ये? Ayasinitek wanted to have, oh shit, whom he thought was in exchange for money. In the telephone conversation, Sophia requested a certain amount of money and asked Dennis Ayaknitek to deposit it into her account. Dennis did not receive any return after depositing the money. Afterwards, she reported the situation and filed a complaint. Soon after, Sophia was arrested and detained at her residence. Okay. Banana Bank. Okay. Ah. Congratulations. Oh. Hi. 26-year male, no criminal record, mental health positive. Human trafficking. Late at night, while the police were inspecting at the border of the city of Kairos, a person named Ahmed did not comply with the stop warning and tried to bypass. Police officers pursued vehicle driven by Ahmed, who fled from a police shop. At the long chase, the police entered. The person who entered a gas station got out of the vehicle and tried to escape on foot. Was caught and detained by the police after a while. A large number of foreign nationals were detected in the vehicle. इसका मतलब क्या होता है? हाँ भाई कि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग कहाँ से हुआ ये? वाह भाई, फैमिली को दिखाने के बंदा जो है ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग करने लगा, पैसे नहीं थे इसलिए। ठीक है भाई, गुड वन गुड वन। ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग ना, वैल्यू है ना, नो क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड। बस 13 केस हो गए हमारे, और इतने जल्दी जल्दी। इन द डार्क ऑफ नाइट योर स्लीप इज इंटरप्टेड। In subject, damage lawsuit filed by Brooklyn Troyes against the multinational company that develops and sells Lapel Consumer Electronics. Lupel Company, guys, Apple ne Lupel. Plaintiff Brooklyn Troyes, burnt battery of Lupel brand phone that belongs to plaintiff. Recently, a person named Brooklyn Troyes purchased a mobile phone from the dealer of Lupel Company. He claimed that during the period of use, his phone was not charged with an adapter other than its own charger. While using the phone while it was charging, the battery inside it exploded and caused physical damage around the right hand and face of Brooklyn. Reported situation to the local authorities service, who did not receive the response. He expected and filed a lawsuit for compensation of $5 lakh. Lagna started using the phone. During this time, while I called the local authorities service and explained the situation, I expected at least an apology, but it was not what I expected. User error and hung up the phone, so I filed a lawsuit. We definitely do not hold ourselves responsible for the incident. Our products have been subjected to dozens of tests, and our engineers have reported that it is not possible to give such a reaction when charged with a current adapter or a more powerful adapter. We believe this incident occurred as a result of transaction that the customer did not report and is an action designated to tarnish our brand. Phone conversation between Brooklyn Troyes and customer advisor Lupel. कंसिडर कि उसको मिलना चाहिए. वो ऑलरेडी प्रिजनर है. ब्रैड कोल्ड, एज 37, मेल, criminal record सब ठीक है. Assassination, victim named Jeremy Alder and Mike Byrne were found dead in their prison room. It was determined that the security camera on the floor where the incident were not working. The person named Brad Cold, who stayed in the same room with the victims, was brought to the police station to take his statement. I didn't have any problems or fights. Like me, they spoke very well. Found confirmed to be a murder weapon. हाँ भाई. बंदा अगर खाली उसके लिए अंदर गया है जेल में तो मर्डर क्यों करेगा वो, और क्या ही उसके दुश्मन है। क्या वो बेटा, उसको लोकल का फोन चाहिए था। Case subject Sally John Morgan sued his tenant Daisy Taylor to evict her for not paying her rent on time. Defendant Daisy Taylor, Sally John Morgan. Legal action has been taken against Daisy Taylor by Sally J. Morgan for being 3 months late with her rent. The host Sally J. Morgan says that the tenant is in breach of the tenancy agreement. The host demands that the tenant vacate the property and pay the debts owed by the tenant with interest. Not paid me as if they were not long enough. They constantly bring their friends to the house and make noises that disturb the neighbors. I brought my neighbors who live downstairs as witness so that you can believe on this matter. Whatever Mr. Morgan says is true. It is true that I have not been able to pay, but I had to quit my job and I can't afford to pay right now. I told him that it was not an arbitrary situation and that I would pay. However, he is trying to kick me out of the house somehow. It's a complete lie that we make too much noise with my friends. Since my downstairs neighbor is a tenant of Mr. Morgan, he obeys his order. May be possible. हाँ ठीक है, टेनेंसी एग्रीमेंट, हाँ हाँ ठीक। कुछ है डिजिटल एविडेंस वगैरह? वाह वाह वाह, is it Taylor to vacate the house and pay the remaining debt? No. उस बंदे को खुद का नहीं पता है, उसको एज अ विटनेस बना के लेके आया वो बंदा, क्योंकि उसी का टेनेंट था वो नीचे वाले फ्लोर पे। अरे जा, ये तो रोज का है मेरा। A bill passed. Immigrants who commit crime will now be deported. Let's go. Week 6, Case 2. Connor McGlenn, 34 age male, participating in street racing, violation of traffic safety and rules. Criminal record भी है बंदे का. Recently, traffic police after a long chase, the person named Connor McGlenn had an accident with the vehicle he was driving. After डिजिटल एविडेंस नहीं है, कैसे? Top to bottom, third to first, second straight, third last to last second, इस बंदे का पुराना क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड क्या था? हीरो, थैंक यू ब्रो। मेरे को ये देखना था कि इस बंदे का पुराना वो क्या था, लॉ, ट्रैफिक ऑफेंसेस, एग्रेवेटेड 2 years जेल एंड 15,000 फाइन। तुम ऑलरेडी एक बार जेल जा चुके हो, ठीक है, तो बकवास ना करियो मेरे साथ। I don't consider that. क्या था लॉ, 2 years जेल एंड 15,000 फाइन। और नो extortion. Luna's mobile phone was stolen while she was walking on 23 Victorina Street. Camera footage of the place called Coffee Wake, located where the incident took place, was examined. In line with the investigation, it has been concluded that the person in the images is named Adrian Bowen. Adrian Bowen was detained by police for questioning while he was going to market where he worked. I was walking on certain days of the week, but that day I decided to walk in opposite direction to the direction I would normally walk. Someone suddenly took the phone from my hand. I couldn't even react because of the surprise and fear I felt at the time. After I asked for help from those around me. In the evening, I closed the daily gross market of my house. My wife and I were constantly arguing due to financial concerns and my children. I was very confused and had difficult. Suddenly, I saw the woman walking in front of me. I noticed that she is carrying a phone in her hand. Went home. इसका तो मेरे को तो फाइल पढ़ने की भी जरूरत नहीं है। Adrian Bowen, go back. कार चाहिए सीधे भाई, $1,000 per week. How can I do that? Can I do that? चलो वो तो देखेंगे बाद में। आ जाओ guys. नेक्स्ट गेम है वन। थोड़ा सा ये खेलते हैं, फिर एक और गेम है मेरे पास लाइन में। अगर चांस बना तो वो। Ah, I'm back, people. I'm back. सब एक राव अभी भी है यहीं। भाई सब सुबह 7-8 बजे से ये बंदा यहीं है। क्या बोलूँ मैं और इसको। आम चम चम। मैंने गाइस क्या किया पता है? मैंने मेरे सारे ये हटा दिए, क्या बोलते हैं, डिग बॉयज जितने भी थे ना, सबके सब हटा दिए। और कुछ खाना भी खराब हो गया है मेरा, मेरे ख्याल से अब सारे 5 या 4 डिग बॉयज लगा के रखे थे, एक छोड़ा हुआ है खाली ये 4x3 का है ना ये वाला, तो इसको छोड़ के रखा है अभी मैंने। सॉरी। क्या हो रहा है पे? कुछ भी ऐसे चलता फिरता क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है, जैसे कि कोई कुछ चल रहा होगा या कुछ। प्लेयर ऑफलाइन है? ओके, गुड थिंग। अब विलबेरी सोडा। 20 मिनट का हम ये बना सकते हैं, शुगर, ये रैबिट भी बचा है क्या? अरे यार रैबिट का भी ये करना पड़ेगा। रैबिट। बकरी। अनियन अनियन अनियन। मैंने जानबूझ के गाइस को छोड़ा हुआ है पता है। Cucumber. Indian said cucumber, but cabbage. Moral, 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 moral. टमाटर खाते ही गए हैं। सोच रहा हूँ टमाटर को यहीं छोड़ देता हूँ, लेट्स सी खा ले अगर तो। कुछ कैबेज इस पर रख सकते हैं हम। पता नहीं इसका क्या करूँगा मैं बाद में, लेकिन ठीक है, अभी के तो रख ही सकते हैं। फिर ऑयल फील्ड्स की वर्कशॉप चालू की इन्होंने, या यहाँ वाले ब्लैकफिल की वर्कशॉप चालू की? The number of nomads in the wilderness is still unknown, but there have been never been reports of two nomads appearing on the same day. Nomads क्या चीज़ है? Loading model. हेलो जल्दी. क्या सीन है बंदों के पास यहाँ पे? Nice solar drill 30,000. हाँ. सिल्वर ओर के बदले रबर. कॉपर शॉटगन बुलेट डाल के रखी 55. ब्रो आ रही हो? थोड़ा सा दिमाग से पैदल आओ. मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ ऐसा ही कुछ कर दूँ. 125 में एक 4. पागल हो गए भाई यहीं पे 20,000. गाइस एक बात तो बहुत सॉलिड हो गई कि आफ्टर अपडेट ना इन्होंने ना डेविएशन स्पॉन बहुत क्विक कर दी है. मेरे को सुबह एक लेवल 4 की वुडू डॉल मिली. फिर काफ़ी कुछ मिला. हाँ भूतनी क्या. हाँ हर जगह जो है मामूस टेरिटरी. Easy level. Wow, guys. Guys, खत्म हो गया boys. चल लाया हूँ क्या मैं एक भी. ओके तो अब एकदम ब्रेन वाला गेम करेंगे. ठीक है, इजी वाले पे ज़्यादा कुछ मिलता नहीं है. By the wind. Two 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 one. Quick, very eager to leave Pura area. इतना वजन कैसे बढ़ गया मेरा?
the defensive line! All troops, stick to your positions! I need backup!
इतना सारा सामान कहाँ से आ गया रे? बस ये है, बाकी कुछ नहीं है आज कुछ। La 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 la. देखिए क्या है? क्या सामान का इतना वजन है? गन की आमो खाली? और मेरे को वेट वाला नहीं मिल रहा, फेदर लाइट वाला कौन बनाता है? स्नेल? क्या हुआ है मेरे बेटे को? Betty. I got it. Seven 7.1 और 9 है ना 6.3 11.9 क्योंकि वो अप टू डेट वाला टॉप वाला नहीं है लेकिन ठीक है उससे तो बेटर है ओके क्या हुआ क्या हुआ क्या हुआ क्या हुआ मेरा बेटा E50 पे क्रिटिकल हिट वाला ज़्यादा बेटर है क्या हेलो लैंग्वेज क्या लैंग्वेज है अरे तो क्या वो मतलब क्या आप मारोगे उसको एनिमल केज चले जाएगा आपका वो भी लाइव हूँ मैं 10 लाख लोग अभी देख रहे हैं बेटा PSI मेंस डेबोवान Steve Tomato.
Repair. Paid days ka na. Paid days eh. May tag, may tag, may tagahi ni paid days na. Oh God, nerdy style.
Eh, magdala ka ko atong torrent kay.
Adto sa tuon sa nako. Magdaka. Sige, suwaye lang. Basin ba dahil makatabang. Pero dako na makag-damage. Kato gaya si Drasyak. Dako biyata kay itong damage. Wag mo 5 million.
Okay, gaya oy.
Buong bitaw ko, ikaw may
Thank you. कितना है रहने दो
Now, if our informant was correct, there's likely to be strong resistance up ahead. Stay alert and keep moving.
It's truly remarkable, Dr. Mannheim. These two lab rats have so much untapped potential.
I quite agree. Take them to the raw materials room, separately.
So it's true! They are experimenting on human subjects. With Hanabi's glass tube.
Polarized source. Be careful. You'll need to harness its power to defeat these deviants. Well done. Now, let's go find Eve and her daughter.
They must have taken my Kelly through that door. Dr. Mannheim, these samples are amazing. But the one I truly want is missing. If you won't give me what I want, you're of no use to me. Or perhaps you are.
No!
She disposed of him because he was no longer useful to her. Better deal with that polarized source as quickly as you can. No one can hold back the march of evolution! Don't touch my samples! Feel the wrath of truth! I don't allow intruders in my laboratory! My data, my samples, my research! You ignorant fool! You will never understand the beauty of Stardust! Well, that takes care of Dr. Mannheim. But still no sign of Eve or Kelly. They must have been taken somewhere else. The fragments of Eve's memories are growing stronger. Stay alert. The memory fragments lead right to this door. What is this place?
Here is a safe place.
Yeah.
No one to disturb the children's dreams. Yes, here. Right here. Kelly, my darling. Come to mommy. Kelly, my darling child. Rest now. I'm here.
Looks like we... My God, it's Eve.
तो बहुत जल्दी थी गैस नीचे जाके ऑन करने की अरे रे 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 रे
An uninvited guest. Tell me, do you dream? No one can wipe away dreams.
The Mother of Life is immune to damage because of the polarized source. vulnerable now.
यहाँ के घाउल्स भाई
The Mother of Life is immune to damage because of the polarized source. vulnerable now.
My beautiful baby daughter, asleep in my arms, reunited with me once again. Because dreams are forever, you see.
Mommy?
तो जल्दी खत्म हो जाता पता है guys, लेकिन बोलते हैं ना बीच में थोड़ा फकअप हो गया। अगर इन्होंने उसको पहले हिट किया रहता ना वाइट ब्लू वाले पे इंस्टेड ऑफ वो लाइटनिंग वाले पे, थोड़ा सा 10 सेकंड पहले खत्म हो जाता। 70 लाख। LMG का कहाँ है? LMG का एक छोटा सा स्लॉट मिला था मेरे को, ये Ah, abe! Whoa! Ah, बंदे का लेवल 1 को नहीं पकड़ पा रहा है वो। कौन से ग्लव्स है ब्रो? Go again, go again. Hello? क्या हो रहा है जनरल चार्ज पे? मैं छोड़ के क्यों गया था टीम गए? सब इसके लिए तो एम लॉक चाहिए गाइस। एनीवन एमबॉट यूजर? क्या हो रहा है ये गेम के साथ? बंदों को प्रिज्म और गोल्ड वो मिल रहा है, डिग बॉल्स, ठीक है भाई। और हमें कुछ नहीं, कुछ नहीं। Guys, मस्त रॉबरी हो गई ना मटेरियल की, कितना इजीली, कुछ एफर्ट नहीं, जीरो एफर्ट। ये कह दिए लैब का रन और 3 रन ट्रियांट के और एक पीएसएस साइलो। उसका ना अभी ना यहाँ पे रन करते हैं इसके लिए डिग बॉयज अटेम्प्ट लेते हैं कि एक भी अगर अपन को मिल जाए स्पेशल वाले व्हीकल को रिपेयर कर दो। क्या नहीं टाइम लगेगा ना इसको तो। इन्होंने यहाँ से ना बहुत सारा वो हटा दिया। यहाँ तक स्पॉन होते थे नहीं तो कोने तक वहाँ के पत्थर।
Go no further.
पता है।
Stop, please. Go no further. Stop,
पूरे
please.
एरिया में एक भी सिल्वर या गोल्ड और नहीं है।
Stop, please. Go no further. 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 Stop. Please.
Hey, shit.
Stop. Please. Go no further. Go no further.
एक भी गोल्ड और पे नहीं है। इन्होंने गोल्ड और का रेट कम
Go
कर दिया
no
क्या
further.
स्पॉन रेट। चलो गाइस, आ जाओ, बंद करें आज का। गन वगैरह अच्छा खासा डैमेज दे रही है, अब चिल है एकदम। $79। आ जाओ गाइस। ओके पीपल, थैंक यू रियन फॉर जॉइनिंग इन। जो जो आया, अगर अच्छा लगे प्लीज लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर देना। मैं मिलता हूँ तुम्हें कल। अंटिल देन बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर, टाटा बाय, सी या, गुड नाइट, बाय।